Hi, friend. Before we begin, take a deep breath. Put on your headphones, let your shoulders relax, and allow yourself to slow down. A psychologist might remind you, it's okay to let go tonight. You are safe here, and rest is not a reward. It's a right. If this space brings you calm, leave a gentle, share your next story idea in the comments. And send this to someone who could use a peaceful night. Come rest with us. Your rest is our purpose. Now, let the past speak softly. Close your eyes. Let the quiet envelope you. Let your mind drift away from this modern world of screens, signals, and endless certainty. Let us travel to a time before digital monitors blinked out vital signs, before heartbeats were traced in green waves on black screens. A time when silence could mean slumber or death. A time when stillness could be misread and fear took root in the margins between life and the grave. The 18th century is often remembered as a time of revolutions, of reason, and enlightenment, of progress and rebellion. But beneath this age of ideas, there lingered a primal terror, one so deep, so visceral, that it whispered through every funeral procession and haunted every physician's pause, the fear of being buried alive. In the quiet shadows of parlors and graveyards, people told stories of sudden movements in freshly dug graves, of muffled cries heard beneath the earth, of corpses that were not corpses at all, but living souls sealed away in darkness. These were not myths. They were real accounts documented with trembling pens and horrified eyes. In a world where medicine was more hope than certainty, mistakes were not just possible, they were common. You live in this world now. Just for a little while. Your name is irrelevant, your status uncertain. You are a human being in the 18th century, one breath away from being misdiagnosed, one misstep away from waking beneath the soil. This story is not told to frighten you. It is told to immerse. Would not blink. You would simply lie there declared dead, while life clung to your bones. And when the time came, they would place you in a wooden box, not out of malice, but out of misunderstanding. Your family would weep, a priest would speak, the soil would fall, and then there would be silence, but not peace. We begin with a quote, one that reflects the spirit of this journey. "I think, therefore I am," wrote Descartes. But what if you could not speak, nor move, nor prove your thoughts to those around you? What if your very existence depended on their belief that you were still there? What then? In the 18th century, this philosophical quandary became physical. It became wood and nails, dirt and darkness. It became the waking nightmare of a world not quite ready to know who was truly gone. Let us step now into that world. Imagine your home, a small cottage in the countryside, or a townhouse in London. You fall ill. The fever takes you. Your breathing slows. Your body grows cold. A doctor is summoned. He leans in, places a hand on your chest, waits. He does not feel breath. Your lips are blue. Your limbs unresponsive. He nods solemnly. "You are gone," he says. But you are not. In your mind, you scream, but no sound comes. You try to move, but your muscles betray you. The doctor closes your eyelids. Your family begins to mourn. You are prepared for burial. They dress you in your finest clothes. Coins are placed over your eyes. A rosary in your folded hands. The casket is simple, unlined. The interior smells of pine and dust. You are laid within. The lid is closed. It is dark now, utterly dark. You cannot scream. You cannot scratch. You can only exist. And then they lower you into the ground. This was the fear. A fear so common it crossed class lines. Nobles and peasants alike whispered of it. Some paid extra to delay burial by 3 days. Others demanded to be cut just a small wound to ensure bleeding had ceased. In some towns, mortuaries were built to house the dead until signs of decomposition began. It was not out of disrespect. It was out of terror. The term for this fear is taphophobia, from the Greek taphos meaning tomb and phobos meaning fear. It is not a modern invention, but it reached fever pitch in the 18th century when stories emerged with increasing regularity. A man exhumed in Germany found turned over in his coffin, nails bent backward, forehead bloodied from impact. A girl in New England discovered with her body twisted, mouth agape, fingers missing their nails. These were not legends. They were reports, disturbing, undeniable. And yet the line between myth and medicine blurred easily in those days. Newspapers printed accounts that may have been embellished. Families swore by what they had seen, what they had heard from beyond the grave. And physicians, some skeptical, some shaken, began to take action. Enter the safety coffin, a marvel of paranoia and ingenuity. Inventors devised contraptions that would allow the dead to signal if they awoke underground. A string tied to the hand, fed through a pipe, connected to a bell above ground. If the body moved, the bell would ring. Some models included flags, breathing tubes, or even glass viewing panels. These were not common. They were expensive, but they were real. You, a person of modest means, cannot afford one. You are left to the mercy of judgment, of guesswork, of time. Let us not forget that this fear also influenced cultural practices. Wake. Ceremonies, gatherings to mourn and sit with the dead served a practical purpose, to observe the body for signs of life before burial. These vigils, often lasting days, were not just acts of grief but of caution. Better to be safe than eternally entombed by mistake. Stories from medical journals of the time document instances where this patience proved wise. A French aristocrat, long presumed dead, gasped for air days later during a wake. His mother insisted on keeping his body in the parlor. Her doubt saved his life. One must also consider the symbolic weight of such stories. They struck a chord deeper than physical fear. They whispered to the soul about the fragility of existence and the limits of human perception. As St. Augustine pondered, I believe in order to understand, and I understand, the better to believe. But in a world where belief in medicine was shaky and understanding limited, faith became a desperate wager. And so, buried beneath layers of fear, superstition, and rudimentary science, the people of the 18th century carried a dread that was as much spiritual as it was physical. Where there is no law, there is no freedom, wrote John Locke. Yet in the lawlessness of death's threshold, freedom was constrained by fear. And in that fear, systems evolved not of governance, but of vigilance. Coffin alarms, mourning delays, medical caution. As the Enlightenment progressed, this fear did not vanish, it adapted. It folded itself into Gothic literature, into romantic tragedy, into architecture and memorial design. The fear of being buried alive became part of the cultural memory, a symbol of humanity's deepest insecurity, that we might vanish while still here, that we might be forgotten while still aware. Let your breath slow now. Let the candle flicker gently on the edge of your imagination. You have arrived at the edge of awareness, where the still body may yet contain a soul, and the earth above may press down upon the living. This is not merely a story of fear. It is a story of vigilance, of desperate hope, of the fragile thread that binds breath to being. Welcome to the beginning of our journey. Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, The Chains. For many were not made of iron, but of misjudgment, of breath mistaken for silence, of sleep mistaken for stillness. And in the 18th century, those chains wrapped tightest around the moment between life and burial. You are Thomas, a cooper's apprentice, 22 years old, with calloused hands and a persistent cough. The winter has been cruel. Your village, a modest English hamlet, sits buried under a blanket of frost. Typhoid has taken 3 already this month. You've heard the stories, heard the coughing turn to silence. You've helped build coffins for neighbors, dug graves in frozen ground. Life is hard, death harder still. One morning you do not wake, at least not to others. You feel the light on your skin, hear the distant stirrings of pots and murmurs, but your body is heavy. Your eyes refuse to open. Your lungs pull for air, but barely succeed. There is a chill to your fingertips, a pressure in your chest. Your breathing slows. Your heartbeat softens. Your family panics. Your mother calls your name. Once, then twice. She presses a hand to your forehead, then to your heart. It is fate, or is it? In her panic, she sends for the parish doctor, a man in his 60s, who walks with a limp and treats ailments with herbs and opium. He listens, waits, checks the mirror for breath. There is none that he can see. Gone, he says. Your mother weeps, collapsing to her knees. Your brother turns away. The doctor, with little ceremony, signs a death ledger. You are laid out, washed, and dressed. The candle by your side flickers as family and neighbors come to say goodbye. Yet within you, thought stirs. Your mind claws through the haze. You attempt to cry out, but your throat yields nothing. You try to twitch a finger, but even that effort fails. You are a prisoner in your own body. They bury you the next day. The churchyard is frozen. Earth must be broken with iron tools. The casket is lowered, and the priest reads from memory, breath steaming in the cold air. The soil falls. The thuds echo above. You awaken fully sometime later. Not in consciousness. You were always conscious, but in panic. Complete, unfiltered terror. It is pitch black, the air is thin, your arms trapped. You cannot sit. Your breath becomes ragged. You shout or think you do. Your nails scratch against wood. Your voice chokes against the stale air. You cannot tell if minutes or hours pass. The bell does not ring, because there is no bell. Eventually, the body succumbs, not to the disease that took you, but to the exhaustion of trying to prove you are alive in a place designed to silence. Stories like yours were whispered through villages, carried in gasps and shudders. A cousin of a friend, a widow's brother, a boy in the next town. Were they real? Many were. Some were exhumed days later, their coffins clawed from the inside. Others were discovered during grave relocations. Physicians, now wary, began advocating for more definitive signs of death, though their methods were far from gentle. The practice of puncturing the heart, severing arteries, or even decapitation after presumed death emerged among the most cautious circles. The fear was not unfounded, and it was not forgotten. A philosophical weight hung in the air. To be is to be perceived, wrote Bishop Berkeley. But when perception fails, what then becomes of being? If society sees you as dead, then dead you. Become regardless of your own truth. As the century advanced, coffins themselves changed. Ventilation holes were drilled. Some included small compartments with rudimentary tools or even sustenance. There were even patents filed for coffins with escape hatches or signals. You, Thomas, knew none of this. Your story joins the many unspoken ones. The hundreds, perhaps thousands, who awoke to darkness, who screamed into stillness, who never stopped being alive, though the world had stopped seeing. Them sleep now softly. This is only the beginning. Yet the tale does not end with Thomas. In the city of Strasbourg, a young tailor named Emil met a similar fate. Stricken by what was believed to be a sudden fever, his family quickly arranged a burial. But the sexton, an old man with an uneasy conscience, claimed to have heard something the next morning, a faint knock. Perhaps the wind, perhaps more. He returned to the grave with a shovel. What he found beneath chilled him more than the frost. Emil's eyes were open, his fingers bloodied, the inside of the coffin scratched with desperate lines. Word spread fast. People demanded protections. Some called for longer waiting periods before burial. Others insisted on visible signs of decomposition. A few wealthy families commissioned special coffins, those that included windows, breathing tubes, or flags to signal movement. And still fear remained. In 1788, a French inventor named Count Carnus Carnegie devised a safety coffin. It included a bell, a ventilation system, and a long metal tube to allow both oxygen and sound to pass. His invention was mocked by some, celebrated by others. He even conducted demonstrations burying assistants who, after a time, would ring the bell to prove they were still alive. Such performances blurred the line between science and spectacle, yet they served a purpose. They reminded the public that the fear was real, that misdiagnoses were not rare, that silence was not always death. Even the philosophers spoke of it. Thomas Hobbes, who famously wrote, "The life of man is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short," might well have added, "and uncertain in its end." In a world where certainty was a luxury, the finality of burial was a gamble. In rural Wales, a tradition persisted well into the 18th century. Bells hung in chapels, ropes leading down into crypts. The belief was simple: if the dead stirred, the living should know. Priests recited not only prayers, but gentle warnings. Let us not forget that the soul may tarry. Coffins were crafted with extra space. Wakes lasted longer. Some families insisted on a second doctor's opinion if they could afford it. Meanwhile, the poor had no such luxury. In London's East End, bodies were carted off quickly. Disease spread easily. The dead were buried swiftly, often in mass graves. Few were checked beyond the basics: a still chest, cold skin, a lack of response. There was no time, no resources, no bell. One account tells of a gravedigger who, while preparing a new plot, unearthed an older coffin. Inside was the skeleton of a man turned completely onto his stomach, his hands at his face. The wood had been cracked. The gravedigger refused to work for a week. Stories like these did more than terrify, they shaped culture. By the end of the 1700s, literature embraced the theme. Gothic novels featured premature burial as a common trope. Poe would later make it infamous, but even before his pen touched paper, the public was already obsessed. A letter from a woman in Vienna reads, "I ask only this, that should I fall into slumber that mimics death, I am not placed in earth for 3 days. Watch me, hold vigil, for I fear more than death the thought of waking in darkness." Her plea was not unique. In Italy, noble families commissioned mausoleums with trapdoors and speaking tubes. In Germany, the Totenhaus, houses of the dead, were constructed in cemeteries to hold bodies for days. In France, the term mort en vie, death and life, entered popular speech. And in all these places, fear walked quietly among the mourners. What did it feel like to awaken in the box, to hear no voices, to push and find no give, to scream and hear only the scratch of your own voice against pine? Those who survived told tales. A man in Bavaria was declared dead after an apoplectic fit, buried the next day, but his cousin, unconvinced, had demanded the grave be exhumed 2 days later. The man was alive, barely, his nails torn, eyes wild, lungs gasping. He lived for another decade, and he never slept in silence again. Such stories fueled invention, ritual, policy, but they also whispered something deeper, that even in death we crave dignity, that our greatest terror is not ceasing to exist, but being forgotten before we are truly gone. And so the chapter ends not with Thomas, nor Emil, nor any name. It ends with a question. Are we ever truly dead if our breath still lingers? Sleep gently now. This was only the first breath. In the cold stone chapel of St. Laurent, nestled in the heart of the same French village where Etienne Moreau had drawn his final, questionable breath, the dread of uncertainty returned like an old illness familiar to all. Winter gripped the valley in silence, and within the ancient chapel's chill, it was not death that frightened the villagers, but its ambiguity. Memories of Etienne's miraculous return from the brink of burial still haunted the corners of every home, especially now as another body lay motionless before them. Marguerite Lemoyne, a beloved baker storyteller, and confidant to many, including Etienne's grieving wife, Isabelle. The town had changed since Etienne's incident. Bells no longer rang too soon. Shovels hesitated. Eyes lingered on chests, searching for movement. A week ago, Marguerite had collapsed mid-prayer during Sunday Mass. Her lips parted, her eyes rolled, and she slumped in her pew, unmoving. Her body had not stiffened. Her skin retained some warmth. The mirror Francois Bellamy placed near her lips showed nothing, and so they gathered. Dr. Bellamy had not forgiven himself. Once a pillar of reason and confidence, he now measured pulses with doubt and guilt. He paced beside Marguerite's body, checking again and again. He had misjudged Etienne, nearly burying him alive. The town had forgiven him outwardly, but the priest's eyes lingered longer now, and mothers held their children closer when he passed. Yet it was Bellamy they still called out of necessity more than trust. Isabelle refused to leave Marguerite's side. Her husband Etienne, now confined to his home by recurring nightmares and an acute fear of darkness, had begged her not to go. But Isabelle said she owed Marguerite more than fear. Marguerite had stayed during Etienne's vigil. Now it was her turn. The vigil began on the chapel floor, cold and silent. Rosemary and frankincense burned steadily. Wooden benches creaked beneath the weight of sleepless watchers. Madame Delacroix mumbled old hymns under her breath, while Marcel, still wide-eyed from Etienne's return, sat wrapped in a woolen blanket at his mother's feet. Marguerite lay upon a simple table draped in linen. Her arms rested across her belly. Her eyes were closed, and though there was no sign of life, there was also no decay. Francois Bellamy checked her again. Mirror, pulse, pupils. A whisper of breath? Nothing, and yet no rigor mortis. On the second day, the villagers spoke in hushed tones. Stories emerged. One farmer, Jacques, claimed his cousin had been buried with a pipe in her hand, only to wake 3 days later and choke on the stem. A seamstress named Anne recalled how her grandfather awoke in a coffin and scratched for hours until someone heard. Claude Vianet, the coffin maker who had built Etienne's box, refused to construct one for Marguerite. "Not until she smells," he said, crossing himself. "Not until she rots." Bellamy, reading from Galenic texts, tried to determine if catalepsy could last this long. His eyes burned from lack of sleep. He no longer trusted science alone, only the slowness of time. By the third night, frost clawed at the chapel's glass. Snow buried the village, silencing carts and footsteps. Isabelle lit candles and read from Etienne's journal aloud. One line struck them all. "It is not dying that frightens me, but waking beneath the weight of earth." Marguerite's sister, Elise, arrived that night from a neighboring town. She was younger, skeptical. She demanded action. "We must close this." "She is gone," Elise said, though her voice quivered. Francois refused. "We wait," he whispered. 3 more nights. On the 4th night, the priest Père Michel led prayers beside her body. He placed a bell above her right hand, strung with thread tied to her fingers. A vigil bell, like those used in German mortuaries. If she moved, it would ring. No one slept. The candles burned low. At one point, Marcel screamed. The bell had swung. Slightly, but it had only been the draft. The villagers now rotated in shifts. Claude the coffin maker watched from dusk till midnight. Isabelle stayed from midnight to morning. Dr. Bellamy never left. Etienne visited only once. He entered quietly, pale as the snow. He kissed Marguerite's forehead. "Don't wait as long as I did," he whispered, and left. That night, Francois dreamed of his mother. In the dream, she whispered, "They're not dead, only forgotten." He awoke and checked Marguerite's pulse. Still nothing. On the 5th day, Marguerite's hands grew colder, but her lips remained supple. Francois wrote in his ledger, "Day 5. No odor, no change, no certainty." A local boy, Paulin, asked if they would bury her soon. His father silenced him. "We don't bury questions." Isabelle told stories of Marguerite's youth, how she once danced barefoot in the rain, how she sang louder than the choir. She told of her kindness, of her secret love for a married baker. Tears came. Some wept freely. Still, the body did not stir. On the 6th day, Francois performed a pain test. He gently pierced her finger with a needle. No reaction. He listened to her chest. Silence. He tried again with cold water. Nothing. But her face? Her face remained unchanged, peaceful, untouched. He spoke with Père Michel. Tomorrow we decide. That night the villagers gathered one last time. The chapel was full. Some stood. Children were kept outside. Bellamy gave a speech. We have honored her life. We have honored our fears. Tomorrow, if the Lord wills it, we lay her to rest. He paused. Unless ... The crowd held its breath. Unless she gives us reason to wait. The final night was the quietest. Even the wind stayed away. A single candle remained beside her. At dawn, Francois opened the chapel door. Snow had melted slightly. Birds sang. He walked to her, touched her cheek. Cold. He lifted her hand. Rigid. He checked the bell. Still. He turned to Isabelle and nodded. The villagers prepared the grave. Claude brought the coffin. It was plain, but beautiful. Before they closed the lid, Isabelle placed Etienne's journal upon her chest. May your silence be true. As the earth closed above her, the village exhaled. Francois, returning home, wrote one final note. Day 7, peace, perhaps. But that night, the bell rang, and no one was in the chapel. The chapel, once a place of solace, now felt like a sanctuary for uncertainty. They laid the coffin upon the altar stones, and once again a vigil began. But this vigil was different, haunted not by doubt alone, but by the echo of a sound that had no source. Franch's assigned watches. Isabelle stayed from dusk to midnight. Etienne from midnight to dawn. Others rotated, always in pairs, never alone. The bell string remained intact. No wind disturbed it. And yet their eyes returned to it. Constantly. On the second night, Elise returned, pale and speechless. She had fled the village after Marguerite's funeral, but the bell had summoned her back. I couldn't ignore it, she said. Something isn't finished. Père Michel conducted another blessing. He sprinkled holy water and spoke in Latin, his voice steady but low. He too had doubts now. Doubts he would not admit aloud, but which lingered behind his eyes. Francois began keeping notes in a second ledger one, not of medical facts, but of feelings, symbols, signs. There is something ritualistic in our fear, he wrote. It builds cathedrals of silence. That night, as Etienne sat alone with Marguerite's coffin, the candlelight flickered unnaturally. Not from wind there was none, but from some internal quake. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small scrap of paper. It was a letter Marguerite had once written him, a brief note, folded and kept secret. He placed it beside her hands, just beneath the journal. You kept my secrets, he whispered. Now keep this one. The shadows thickened. Etienne did not sleep. In the early hours the bell rang again. This time louder. The string shook. The sound echoed through the chapel. Etienne froze. His breath caught. He stood and reached for the string. It was still tied. No one else was there. He opened the coffin. Stillness. No movement. Marguerite's expression unchanged. But the letter was gone. When Francois arrived an hour later, Etienne told him everything. Francois said nothing. He examined the interior of the coffin, the folds of the dress, the pages of the journal. No sign of the note. They agreed not to speak of it to the others. Days passed. Marguerite's coffin remained in the chapel. It was no longer simply a body that lay inside. It had become a symbol, a relic of fear, of unfinished truths. The villagers visited less frequently now. Some believed she had become sacred. Others believed she had cursed the chapel. Francois grew pale. He no longer shaved. His journal entries became erratic. "She moves when we don't look," he scrawled. "The stillness deceives. She waits for something, someone, perhaps justice." Isabel tried to speak to Marguerite. Each day she sat beside the coffin and read aloud from Etienne's journal. She hoped the familiarity of his words might bridge the silence. Still, the body did not stir. But each night the bell rang. Once, just once. Always at the same hour, just before dawn. It rang on the 8th day, and the 9th, and the 10th. And on the 11th the sound changed. Not one ring but two. The second ring sent Francois into a silent frenzy. He searched the coffin again. Still no sign of change, and yet the ritual, the timing, was undeniable. Etienne marked the moment with charcoal on the chapel wall. 2 rings. 11th day. Isabel proposed they consult the old parish records. Perhaps something like this had happened before. She and Francois dug through brittle tomes, their fingers trembling over ink faded by centuries. And there, in a burial ledger from 1712, they found a note. Woman presumed dead. Name, Sabine Leclerc. Buried under protest. 11 days later, her grave rang. No further comment, no conclusion. Just a name and a haunting echo. Etienne, emboldened by desperation, sought Père Michel. What does it mean when the dead refuse silence? Michel looked up slowly. It means they were never truly dead. The words clung to the air like mist. That night all 3 stood vigil. Francois, Isabel, Etienne. They did not speak. At 4:59 a.m., the bell rang twice. Clear, unmistakable. They opened the coffin. The journal had moved. Francois swore he had left the journal upon her chest. Isabel confirmed it. But now it lay at her side, tucked beneath her elbow, its cover slightly ajar. Etienne leaned in. A corner of the letter, the one he had placed days ago, peeked out from between its pages. His breath caught. He reached for it, then paused. If she took it, should we take it back? Francois said nothing. He closed the coffin again. Not yet. They did not bury her. They could not. The villagers avoided the chapel now. Children walked faster past it. Some said the dead woman's eyes glowed. Others said they had seen her hand shift. Elise began recording each bell toll in a separate book. On the 13th day, it rang 3 times. On the 14th, 4. Each night added 1 toll more. By the 18th day, the sound echoed for almost a full minute. No one opened the coffin again, not even Francois. On the 20th night, the bell rang 20 times. Isabel could no longer sleep. She sat at the altar and wept. "What do you want from us?" she whispered. "What haven't we done?" Père Michel returned to perform a full requiem mass, despite her body not being reinterred. He spoke louder this time, commanding, demanding silence from the bell. But on the 21st day, the bell did not ring. It screamed, a long warping tone that rang not from the string or the brass, but from the stone itself. It twisted the wood. The pews creaked. Candles extinguished themselves. Francois collapsed from sheer pressure in his ears. When the sound ceased, Marguerite's coffin was open. and empty. No body, no journal, no letter. The chapel stood silent for the rest of that day. No one entered. By evening, the villagers found Etienne sitting by the altar, muttering Marguerite's name again and again. The village fell into panic. Some believed the dead had risen. Others said Marguerite had never died at all, but had been taken by spirits, by demons, by some justice older than memory. Children wept. Mothers locked their doors. Fires were kept burning through the night. Francois stopped speaking. He carried the empty coffin back into his home and placed it in his study, beside his medical books. He began sketching bells, different shapes, different sizes. He wrote, "She was never still." We were. Isabel moved into the chapel. She slept on a cot beside the altar. Every night she sang old hymns, songs Marguerite had loved. She whispered apologies to the darkness. "I should have let you go. I should have stayed with you longer." Elise left the village entirely. She told no one where she was going. She left her bell journal behind, its last entry, day 21. She spoke. Etienne no longer feared burial. He walked alone at night, sometimes to the graveyard, sometimes to the woods. He carried a bell in his pocket, always listening. It began with footsteps, not loud, not hurried, just a soft, deliberate cadence on stone one that echoed across the chapel floor long after. Etienne had vanished into the forest. Isabel was the first to hear them. Still living in the chapel, she had grown attuned to its sounds, the creaks of its timber bones, the sighs of wind through its broken windows. But this was no draught, no idle murmur. This was presence. She sat upright in her cot, hands clasped tightly around the rosary Marguerite once held in death. Candles, half melted, flickered to life as if drawn by the memory of breath. Outside, the snow had begun to fall again, thin and colorless beneath the moonlight. She stood, wrapped herself in the old woolen cloak, and stepped barefoot across the stone floor. Her joints ached. Her breath left faint clouds in the cold air, but her heart no longer feared. Not since the scream. Francois hadn't returned to the chapel since that night. He no longer practiced medicine. He no longer shaved. He spent his days sketching impossible diagrams of bell towers, designing contraptions meant not to ring, but to listen. He insisted that bells could become ears, that their curves could record the vibration of time, that Marguerite had taught him this. Isabel did not question him anymore. That night, as she followed the footsteps deeper into the chapel, she saw a shape at the altar, not ghostly, not monstrous, simply there. It was Etienne. He stood facing the stained glass, hands behind his back, silent. His coat was torn, his boots caked with mud and ash. His eyes, when he finally turned, were calm. "She's not gone," he said. "Not buried, not lost. She's waiting." The next morning, Etienne awoke before sunrise. The chapel walls held the frost of the night, but the cold no longer bit him. He moved with a quiet purpose, lighting a single candle and placing it beneath the altar. Francois arrived shortly after. Without words, he handed Etienne a page from his sketchbook, a diagram of a buried chamber beneath the chapel, constructed in such a way that sound would funnel into it from above. Not to amplify, but to preserve, they opened it together. The pages were altered, not rewritten, but rearranged. Some entries seemed incomplete, others too detailed, as if added after the fact. Several were written in a hand none of them recognized. One page held a sketch, a map of the village, but not as it was. Roads curved differently. Buildings appeared that no longer stood. In the lower margin, a note: "Follow the bell backwards." Etienne traced the map with his finger. His breath quickened. "There's a path," he whispered, "through the orchard. To the old well." Francois shook his head. "That well's sealed." "Was," Etienne replied. "They left at dusk." Isabelle, Elise, Francois, Etienne. The snow had melted slightly under the weak sun, leaving slush in their path. The orchard trees were bare, their branches reaching like fingers. Birds watched from crooked limbs, silent. The well stood as they remembered it, stonework cracked, moss creeping through seams. A plank covered the top, nailed with rusted iron. Etienne stepped forward, pried the nails loose. The wood groaned. Below, darkness breathed upward. He dropped a stone. No splash, no echo. "I'll go," he said. Isabelle grabbed his arm. "You won't return." He looked at her gently. "I haven't returned since the scream." Francois tied a rope around Etienne's waist. "You speak her name," he said. "You tell her we've been listening." Etienne descended slowly. The walls wept with moisture. Roots threaded through stone. The air grew thick, not cold, but close, like breath too near. At the bottom he found no water, only earth, and a second tunnel. He crawled through. The tunnel was narrow, forcing him to scrape his shoulders along the stone. The ceiling dripped steadily, each droplet echoing louder than the last. Etienne moved slowly, breathing through clenched teeth, hands feeling ahead. He found the chamber after what felt like an hour, though time had bent and blurred. It was circular, low-ceilinged, its walls marked with carvings. Names, hundreds of them, etched by nails, knives, fingernails, some shallow, others deep. And in the center, a stone platform. Upon it sat a bell, small, bronze, unstruck. Etienne approached, legs trembling. He reached out but did not touch it. Around the bell, the ground bore fingerprints. Not fresh, not ancient, timeless. Like someone had once tried to claw their way out or back in. He whispered her name. The bell rang, no wind, no movement, just resonance. A tone soft and slow and impossibly deep. Above ground, Isabelle flinched. She turned toward the orchard, eyes wide. "It's her," she said. Francois adjusted the rope. "Pull him back." But the rope fell slack. They waited. Minutes passed, then an hour. No Etienne. Elise sat on the well's edge, whispering prayers from her journal. At last the bell atop the chapel rang once, then twice, then fell silent. A figure emerged from the tree line, mud-covered, walking slowly. It was Etienne, but he did not speak. He walked past them all, through the orchard and to the chapel and to the altar where the candle still burned. There he stood for hours. When the sun rose, he was still there, eyes open, lips unmoving. Isabelle placed a hand on his shoulder. He didn't flinch. Later that day, he finally spoke. She showed me. He would say little else, only that Marguerite's voice had filled the chamber, that she had spoken not in words but in memory, that she was not alone. "There are others," he murmured. "Some who woke too late, some who never stopped screaming." That night, Francois returned to the chamber. He stayed below for many hours. When he came up, his face was wet with tears, but his hands were steady. "She forgives me," he said, and returned to his sketches. In the days that followed, Etienne mapped the chamber in detail. Not just its size, but its acoustics, its textures, its temperature gradients. He called it a sanctuary not for the dead, but for the unheard. Elise began spending her evenings writing new prayers, not for salvation, but remembrance. She wrote them in a language of her own making, a blend of Old Latin, regional patois, and symbols drawn from the carvings on the chamber wall. Isabel resumed her tending of the chapel and placed candles near the new hatch leading down. No one else dared to go below, but they left letters folded into delicate shapes, hoping the stone would carry them down. As winter waned, the bells in the tower rang once more. No one pulled their ropes. No wind stirred them. They rang slowly, like sighs. Visitors began arriving, strangers drawn by wordless pull. They left offerings, feathers, seeds, carved trinkets. Some stayed for a time. Some left changed. The village took new shape. And through it all, Etienne kept listening. Every night he lay atop the hatch, ear pressed to the stone. He would sometimes smile, sometimes cry, and always remember. As the first thaw of spring crept through the village, children began playing near the edge of the orchard once again. They had been told not to approach the old well, but the warning had shifted from fear to reverence. They whispered stories of Etienne, calling him the listener. One of the children, a quiet boy named Luc, began leaving scraps of music at the hatch. His father had taught him to play violin before the fever took him, and Luc believed sound could be stitched into paper. Every evening he folded a melody onto parchment and tucked it into the cracks around the well. And sometimes the next morning the parchment would be gone. Luc never told the others, but he began dreaming of bells, tall ones, tiny ones, ones that floated above lakes. He dreamed of sound not as noise, but as color, as breath, as memory. One night, in a dream, he saw Marguerite. She sat in a chair made of roots and stone and smiled. She said nothing. She didn't need to. That morning, Luc awoke with a song in his throat. He sang it only once, and every bell in the chapel rang in reply. Inside, Francois began transcribing again. His hands shook more now, but the ink flowed without blotting. He recorded every detail of the event. He believed Luc had become a conduit, not possessed a tune. Isabel quietly agreed. Elise, meanwhile, began painting again. She filled long scrolls with circular patterns, echoes of the carvings Etienne had described. She pinned them along the chapel walls. Visitors said they could hear soft humming if they stood close. No one understood the patterns, but everyone felt them. By midsummer, the chapel became known across the region. Pilgrims walked for days to sit in silence. Many asked questions. Few received answers, but they all left offerings. The chapel began to resemble a garden of memory coins, leaves, music, tears. No one rang the bells anymore. They didn't need to. One evening, Etienne vanished again. No trail, no goodbye. He simply walked into the forest and did not return. Francois wept. Elise wrote his name among the scrolls. Isabel lit 3 candles and placed them by the hatch. They waited a week. Then one morning the bell rang twice, once soft, once sharp, and a folded parchment appeared at the foot of the altar. It read, "I remember now. Nothing more. That night, Francois whispered to Isabel, "I think the bell taught us how to grieve." She nodded. "And how to love what remains." And the bells remained quiet for a long, long time. Years passed. The chapel changed with the seasons, though no one rebuilt it. Its cracks grew wider. Moss climbed higher. Birds nested in the rafters. But people kept arriving. Some came seeking solace. Others left something behind. And some stayed, not forever, but long enough to listen. One girl, barely older than Elise had been when it began, took up the habit of transcribing the whispers she heard from the stone. No one else could hear them, but she wrote faithfully. When asked what they said, she would smile and say, "They're not ready yet." She left one scroll before vanishing on a winter morning. It read, "What is remembered lives?" Francois grew old. His hands withered, but his mind sharpened like flame. He spent his final year asleep beside the bell hatch. And one evening, as snow fell silently across the orchard, he did not wake. Isabel wrapped him in the same cloth she had used for Marguerite. She sang for him not a hymn, but the old tune he once hummed while sketching towers. The bells rang once and fell silent. Elise grew into her own. She led others into quiet, into patience, into stillness. She never took the title of keeper. She said the bell kept them all. At last, she wrote her final prayer. To echo is not to end. Then she lay beneath the altar and closed her eyes. The chapel breathed, and in that breath, the memory endured, not as legend, not as warning, but as love. A patient, tender, unfinished sound, waiting always to be heard. Long after names faded and paths overgrew, the bell remained. Not loud, not broken, simply there. Some nights the wind would catch it just right, and a tone would hum across the valley, soft, unassuming, familiar. And though no one lived in the village anymore, though the orchard had turned to wildwood and the chapel to ruin, that sound would still carry, down stone paths, across empty thresholds, through the dust of forgotten letters. To anyone still listening, because memory does not require witnesses, only silence and something that waits. Still, on certain nights, if one listens closely from the edge of the trees, they might hear it, that quiet bell, breathing once more, carrying the voices of those who remembered, those who listened, and those who never stopped. Waiting. Elise awoke before dawn. The chapel, as always, breathed in silence. A gentle layer of frost covered the altar's stones, casting a shimmer under the moonlight's lingering touch. Elise, now the last of those who once listened by the bell, stepped softly down the aisle. Her fingers brushed the scrolls that hung beside the pew's prayers, written in a language only the forgotten remembered. She no longer wrote, not with ink. Her prayers lived in breath, in the cadence of her footsteps, in the way she placed her hand on the chapel walls before sunrise. For weeks now, the bell had remained still. Not silent Elise knew the difference. It waited. Today she would go below. She lit a candle, just one, and descended the narrow stone staircase behind the altar. The steps remembered her weight. They welcomed her. The air below held a different kind of silence. Not empty, not stale, but expectant. The chamber at the bottom had changed. Vines crept through cracks in the stone, blooming with tiny white flowers that had no name. The bell, still in its cradle, glowed faintly in the candlelight. Elise knelt before it. She placed both palms on the ground and closed her eyes. "I'm here," she whispered. "I haven't forgotten." No echo answered, but the silence deepened as though the room exhaled. Elise remained still for many minutes, listening not with her ears, but with memory. The weight of Francois' sketches, the touch of Isabelle's rosary, Etienne's breath when he returned, coated in mud, and silence. And Marguerite, always Marguerite, whose name had rung louder than any bell. Elise opened her eyes and stood. Her knees ached, her spine tight. She stepped to the wall and placed her fingers along the etchings of names. Her own was there now, carved weeks earlier during a storm that no one else had noticed. Above ground, clouds thickened. Rain tapped gently at the chapel roof. She climbed back to the surface slowly, pausing at the last step to look back. The bell remained untouched, unchanged, but its weight had shifted. Later that evening, a traveler arrived. A woman in her 30s, carrying a violin case worn by time. She did not speak, only nodded when Elise offered her a place to sit. She unpacked her instrument and began to play, not for the living, not for the dead, but for the space between. Elise listened. The melody was unfamiliar, yet it carried something she recognized. A pattern, a breath, a name. When the music stopped, the woman placed the violin on the altar and said, "She's still singing." That night, Elise wrote again, not on paper, but in the dust near the altar. She is not lost. She is song. She slept with the violin beside her. In the morning, the bell rang once. No wind, no hand, just resonance. Elise smiled. The chapel had spoken. Not in warning, not in grief. In reply, that afternoon, Elise began preparing the chapel for the solstice. It had once been a place of strict order and doctrine, but now it lived through rhythm and ritual shaped by memory. She arranged feathers in a spiral around the altar, each one left behind by a past visitor. She poured melted wax into small clay bowls, placing them in the windowsills to catch the fading light. She lit no fire. The warmth came from presence. Just before sunset, another visitor arrived. A boy this time, no older than Luke had been. He carried no instrument, no book, only a bundle of cloth tied with twine. Inside were small stones, each with a different color, texture, and shape. He held one up to Elise. "I've been listening to them." Elise tilted her head. "And what do they say?" The boy smiled. "They remember what the earth forgot." That night they placed the stones in a spiral opposite the feathers. When they finished, the chapel floor resembled a clock, its hands made of silence and memory. Before sleep, the boy knelt beside the bell hatch. He didn't open it. He just whispered a name, and the bell did not ring. But the wind stirred for the first time in days. Outside, the orchard bloomed white blossoms dotting the bare branches, as if spring had decided to visit early. Elise stepped outside in the early dawn. The air shimmered. She felt in her bones that someone would arrive today. Not a traveler, not a seeker. Someone who had been there all along. At midday, a shadow approached along the edge of the forest. Tall, still familiar. It was Etienne, but he looked different. Weathered, yes, but grounded. His eyes no longer searched. He carried nothing. No map, no rope, no sketches, only breath. When he reached the chapel steps, he knelt not in reverence, but remembrance. Elise walked out to greet him. They did not embrace. They did not speak. They simply stood, shoulder to shoulder, listening to the wind curl through the orchard. Elise finally broke the silence. "You came back." Etienne looked toward the bell tower. She never stopped calling. That evening the bells rang twice, and this time everyone heard. They did not celebrate. They did not mark the moment with song or speech. They sat in the chapel, the three of them, Elise, Etienne, and the boy, and watched the candles flicker. Each flame seemed to move in rhythm with breath. No one asked what came next. No one needed to, because in that quiet, in the shared stillness, the truth had settled. The chapel was no longer a place. It was a body, a memory, a bell that listened as much as it rang. Later, as stars emerged and the night deepened, Elise whispered, "We don't have to carry it alone." Etienne closed his eyes. "We never did." The boy reached out and held both their hands. And outside, the wind moved like a song just beginning. Somewhere beneath the chapel, where stone met root and silence held breath, the bell waited, not to toll, but to witness. And that was enough. The wind had changed, not in speed or temperature, but in tone. It carried a weight now, as though memory had found its voice in the breeze. Elise rose before dawn, drawn not by habit, but by a pulse in the air. She stood beneath the bell tower, hands folded, eyes closed. Etienne sat nearby, sharpening an old carving knife, though there was no wood to shape. The boy, still unnamed, or perhaps too sacred to name, was asleep, curled near the stones with the scrolls wrapped around his shoulders like a blanket. The chapel was not full, but it was complete. They had no schedule, no rituals etched in time, only intention. Today felt different. By mid-morning, a figure approached the edge of the trees. She was older, skin weathered, hair silver, eyes unclouded. She did not speak upon entering. Instead, she walked to the wall of names and traced the etchings. When she found her own, she smiled. "I dreamed I was forgotten," she said softly. Elise replied, "Then you woke up remembering." The woman placed a small mirror on the altar. It was cracked, the silver behind the glass fading at the edges. "This belonged to my mother," she said. "She used to hold it up to the sky just to see if it remembered her face." Etienne turned the mirror slightly, catching the light. For a brief second, the crack resembled the roots beneath the chapel, the same branching paths that led them all here. The boy awoke and approached. "Did she ever forget you?" The woman kneeled to his level. "She forgot everything but that I once sang." Elise felt the pulse again. Not sound, not sight, but recognition, as if the chapel had leaned closer. That afternoon, more arrived. A father and daughter from the western hills, a silent man with ink-stained hands, two brothers who had not spoken in years, drawn by a shared dream of bells. They brought no stories, only presents. As the sun dipped below the orchard, Elise began carving again, this time on the outer wall. She didn't record names. She recorded shapes, a feather, a stone, a spiral, a breath. The boy joined her, drawing circles around her carvings. They did not speak, but their work harmonized. Inside, Etienne read aloud from the old journals, not for understanding, but for rhythm. His voice had changed. It carried warmth now, not weight. That night, the chapel overflowed with silence, not stillness. There was movement. There was life, but no need for words. In the early hours, the woman with the mirror returned to the altar. She touched the frame gently and said, Let this reflect only what listens. Then she left it behind and walked into the trees. No one followed, but everyone understood. At dawn, the boy added a new spiral to the floor one that began with a single point and never circled back. Etienne asked, "What does it mean?" The boy answered, "It's where names go when they're no longer needed." Elise stood by the bell and breathed deeply. "Then let today be the first that remembers without language." And so they did. The day unfolded without events, but not without meaning. People moved through the chapel like breath through lungs, without force, without sound, yet deeply felt. Elise stepped outside and gathered wild herbs from the edge of the orchard. She laid them in a bowl by the bell, letting their scent rise as an offering. The boy followed, carrying water in a cracked clay jar, pouring a line across the threshold. Etienne remained inside, eyes closed, listening not for a sound, but for the echo of his heartbeat. As twilight fell, one last visitor arrived. He was blind. He tapped his way forward with a branch stripped of bark. His clothes were worn, but clean. He said nothing, only tilted his head as if hearing something others missed. When he reached the center of the chapel, he turned and asked, "Does the bell still dream?" Elise nodded. "Every night." He smiled. "Then let me rest here. I have carried my name far enough." He sat on the floor, legs crossed, hands resting lightly. On his knees, he did not move again. That night, no one lit candles. The stars were enough. They gathered in a circle around the bell hatch, each person holding nothing, only presence. Elise whispered, "To hold a name is to hold a life." The boy added, "And to release a name is to remember beyond sound." Etienne simply placed his palm to the stone. The bell did not ring. It didn't need to. At dawn, the frost returned, but no one felt cold. The warmth came from within, from names unspoken, from songs unwritten, from memory that needed no voice. As the first light stretched across the chapel walls, Elise wrote a final line into the dust near the altar. "We are not echoes. We are the bell." And then she stood, and the boy stood, and Etienne stood. And together they listened. That afternoon, after the others had gone, Elise remained at the chapel door. She watched as the wind passed gently through the trees, rustling the frost-tipped branches. Birds perched without song. Silence, again, returned not as absence, but as rest. She felt no urge to write, to speak, to move. The chapel no longer asked for rituals. It only asked to be remembered. Etienne approached, placing a hand on her shoulder. "It's enough," he said. Elise nodded. The boy ran past them, laughing not loud, not wild, but light. His footsteps barely touched the ground, as if joy itself had become weightless. And somewhere below, the bell shifted. No sound, just motion. A breath held, then exhaled. It would ring. Again. Not today. Not for alarm, but for arrival. Because the ones who carried silence were never truly alone. They only waited for the wind to answer. And when it did, the world would not tremble, but listen. For the bell never forgets those who wait in silence. Always listening. The frost stayed longer that morning. Not as a warning, but as a veil, thin, glimmering, and deliberate. The ground didn't resist footfalls. It remembered them. Each step made by Elise, Etienne, or the boy carried the weight of presence and the gentleness of trust. They didn't speak much anymore. They didn't need to. Instead, their days began with gestures offering warm tea brewed from dry orchard leaves, adjusting the stones in the spiral, tracing the carvings near the altar. Everything was quiet, but nothing was still. That morning, Elise noticed something different in the way the frost had spread. Instead of covering the ground in random patches, it formed long arcs across the orchard, curving lines that mirrored the shape of the bell's echo chamber beneath the chapel. Etienne stood beside her, his eyes thoughtful. "It's like the earth is echoing back." She nodded slowly. "Maybe it always has." The boy ran through the lines, arms out like wings, leaving footprints that shimmered and vanished within seconds. Each step was a note and a song only the land could sing. Later, they returned to the chapel. Inside, the air felt different. Warmer not in temperature, but in presence. The stones seemed to breathe slower, the wood to creak less with age. It was as if the structure had learned to rest. Etienne pulled an old piece of cloth from the corner and began wiping down the benches. He moved slowly with reverence, not because the seats were dirty, but because the act itself honored memory. The boy found a patch of sunlight on the floor and sat cross-legged, eyes closed. Occasionally, he'd whisper something. No one asked what. Some truths are too soft to be repeated aloud. Elise climbed to the bell tower alone. She had not gone up since Marguerite's passing, not since that scream long ago. But now, as her fingers curled around the wooden rungs of the ladder, she felt no fear, only gravity. At the top, the view stretched far beyond the orchard. Hills rolled into fog. Pines swayed in rhythm with her breath, and in the silence a single word formed in her mind. She didn't know what it meant, or for whom it was meant, but she held it there like a note waiting to be sung. When she descended, the boy met her at the base of the ladder. "I heard it too," he said. That night they gathered once more, not out of need, but out of rhythm. A circle of presence, a listening, a knowing. One of the visitors, the silent man with ink-stained hands, stepped forward. He produced a small vial filled with dark blue dust. "This was once stone," he said, "ground to powder from the mountains. My father gave it to me. He said it held memory. He poured it onto the chapel floor, tracing a path from the altar to the threshold." Etienne asked, "What do we call it?" The man answered, "The way home." They let it settle there, unbrushed, undisturbed. By morning, the powder had vanished, but its presence lingered. That afternoon, a crow landed on the chapel roof. It didn't call, it didn't move. It simply watched. Elise looked up at it and whispered, "You can stay." It blinked once, and that was enough. Later still, the wind picked up. But this time it brought a smell salt, maybe, or iron. The scent of oceans not near, of places only imagined. Etienne closed his eyes. "Something's coming," the boy added, "or someone's returning." That evening, Elise lit a single candle near the bell, not for light, but for weight. Its glow cast long shadows, stretching far beyond the chapel walls. The boy placed his hand beside the flame, not close enough to burn, but enough to feel warmth. "It's like it remembers being fire," he said. Etienne nodded. "Or it remembers what it means to be watched." The crow moved from the roof to the windowsill, talons clicking softly on the stone. Its head tilted left, then right, curious, not cautious. Elise stood, arms folded. "There's something we haven't said yet," she whispered. "Something we've been circling." The boy looked up. "Like the spiral?" She nodded. "Yes, like that." Etienne sat against the wall, eyes distant. "Maybe it's not a word. Maybe it's a song." For a long moment, no one spoke. Then the ink-stained man began to hum. It was not melody, but tone pure, even open. Elise joined, then Etienne, then the boy. A soundless sound humming through the stones, the frost, the breath between breaths. The crow did not fly away. It closed its eyes. And below them the bell began to tremble, not from fear, but from recognition. From beneath the chapel, a draft rose one that smelled not of death, but of soil after rain. Alive, expectant. They stopped humming. The silence that followed was not empty, it was full. Elise smiled. "The bell is waking." The boy nodded. "Then we are ready." Etienne stood, brushing frost from his coat. "Let's open the hatch," he said. No one moved right away, because they all understood once the hatch opened, something would change, but shift. When they did move, it was slow, reverent. Together, Elise placed her hand on the hatch first. The boy followed, then Etienne. Then all three pressed down. The wood groaned, the earth stirred, and beneath them the bell listened. The air that rose from below was warmer than expected. Not hot, not dry, but human-like breath long held and now released. Elise knelt by the opening. "It's not a descent," she said. "It's a welcome." The boy peered down into the hollow. "There's light," he whispered, and there was, not flame, not sun, but glow steady, silent, as if the chamber itself had remembered to be kind. Etienne closed his eyes. "Then we go as we are. No tools, no torches, no questions, only steps and memory." And together they entered, not into darkness, not into fear, but into the space where silence had waited all along. The steps downward were not steep, but slow. They did not descend into darkness, but into something older than the chapel, the village, the orchard. The walls narrowed and widened in turns, like the ribs of a sleeping creature. Light glowed ahead, not from flame or fire, but from the very stone, as if the memory of warmth had taken shape. Elise walked first, the boy close behind. Etienne followed, one hand brushing the curved wall, the other over his heart. No one spoke. There was nothing to ask. Every step answered a question they hadn't dared to voice. The passage sloped gently until it opened into a chamber the size of the chapel above. But here, no pews, no altar, only soil, stone, silence, and the bell. It was not large, not golden. It did not shine. It sat in the center of the room, resting against a cradle of petrified wood. Its surface was etched with lines that moved when no one touched them, curling, shifting like veins beneath skin. The boy moved toward it. No one stopped him. He placed a hand on the bell, not fully, just fingertips. The metal did not feel cold. It pulsed. Elise knelt beside him, watching the patterns on the bell shift with the pace of his breath. "I dreamed of this," the boy whispered. Etienne sat quietly across from them. "No," he said gently. "You remembered. There was no ringing, no sudden chime. But a hum began low, steady, deep. It came from within the stone, not the bell. The chamber breathed. The wall behind the bell cracked. Number. Crumble. No collapse. Just a thin line, like the first word in a forgotten book. Light poured through. On the other side was a corridor, filled not with relics or bones, but with shelves, scrolls, papers, stones engraved with names and drawings, records of voices never spoken aloud. Elise stepped through. Each scroll bore a circle with a single line through it, horizontal. The same symbol Margaret had etched onto her journal years ago. Etienne approached one of the shelves, eyes wide. "These are ... double quotes, Elizabeth," Elise said. "A name from their village. And here, Michel, people who had vanished, not buried, not mourned, but recorded." The boy pointed to one stone near the bottom of a shelf. It bore his face. Elise gasped. He read the inscription, "He who listened first." Etienne whispered, "We weren't meant to grieve them. We were meant to join them." The chamber brightened, not with intensity, but with awareness. They were not alone. More footsteps, soft, slow, approached from the corridor beyond. Figures cloaked in dust and age. Not ghosts, not lost, just waiting. They bowed their heads, welcoming the three. A woman stepped forward. Her eyes were the same as Marguerite's. "You heard the bell," she said. Elise nodded, unable to speak. The woman touched her hand. "Then you are keepers?" Etienne asked. "Of what?" The woman smiled. "Of memory." The boy looked at his own hands, flexed his fingers. "I thought I was just a child." The woman knelt before him. "You are. And more." They did not stay long in that hall, not because it was dangerous, but because it was complete. Like a breath held too long, it must be exhaled. They walked back slowly, each carrying one scroll. The bell did not ring. It listened. When they returned above ground, dusk had settled across the orchard. The trees stood still, their branches now bare of frost but rich with hush. Elise looked at the sky. "It feels different." The boy answered, "It hears us now." They walked to the chapel and placed the scrolls on the altar, not to worship, but to witness. Etienne lit a single candle beside them. The flame flickered, then steadied. They didn't sleep that night. Instead, they sat together, backs to stone, watching the candle burn. Elise eventually spoke. "If the bell listens, does it forget?" Etienne shook his head. "It forgives." Silence returned, not out of absence, but out of fullness. That was the night they stopped calling themselves survivors. They were no longer just those who remained. They were listeners. And beneath them the bell pulsed once, not to wake, but to remember. In the days that followed, they spoke little, but they felt more. Each gesture carried a story. Each glance revealed entire histories between them. Even the crow, who had now taken to perching within the chapel's beams, cawed with the softness of ritual. They began to clean the chapel as one might wash a wound tenderly, without shame. Not to restore it to what it was, but to honor what it had become. Elise found a small carved stone in the corner of the bell tower. It was shaped like an ear. She showed it to the boy. He placed it on the altar beside the scrolls. "It heard," he said. Etienne began carving again, not diagrams of bells or chambers, but portraits, not of the dead, but of the living, of those who now listened. Visitors came, not many, not loud. They brought names, stories, fragments. Each was received, never judged. The chapel had become a place not of doctrine, but of presence. It held space, and in return it was held. One morning the wind shifted again. This time it carried music, not sung, not played, just remembered. They stood at the edge of the orchard, hands loosely clasped, breath mingling with the morning mist. The boy asked, "Will it ever speak?" Elise answered, "It already has." They turned back toward the chapel, where the bell tower stood against the pale sky. And somewhere far below, in stone and silence, the bell waited, not for a voice, but for an ear. And now at last it had found many, because listening, truly listening, is the first form of remembering, and remembrance is how the forgotten come home. So the chapel stood not as a monument, but as a memory made of stone, sound, and silence. And still it listened. By the week's end, the orchard had changed. No new leaves, no fresh blooms, and yet life stirred in the absence of growth. The silence had thickened not with dread, but with reverence, as if even nature had begun to listen. Inside the chapel, the scrolls on the altar remained untouched, yet felt increasingly weighty. Elise would sometimes run her fingers gently across their surfaces, not to read, but to feel the grain of stories written by those no longer seen. Etienne carved less and less, but what he did create was precise, every line measured, as if speaking a language he had only just remembered. The boy, now rarely without the crow at his shoulder, had started to wander the edge of the village. He said he was listening for forgotten names. One morning, before the first frost returned, he found something buried just beneath the chapel's foundation. A small wooden box, weathered but intact. Inside, a lock of dark hair, a strip of fabric marked with blood, and a folded parchment, sealed with wax. None of them recognized the crest. Etienne opened it slowly. The parchment was brittle, the ink faded, but the words were clear. "Bury me not in silence." They stared at each other, then at the bell. It remained still, but it had heard. That night, Elise dreamed of Marguerite. Not the Marguerite from her memories, but older, weathered by time she never lived. In the dream, she stood in a long corridor of stone, walls covered in names that flickered like candlelight. She did not speak. She only watched Elise, eyes filled with something between sorrow and invitation. When Elise awoke, her pillow was damp with tears she did not remember shedding. She rose before dawn, wrapped in the same cloak she had worn the night Etienne returned. Outside, frost dusted the earth like old sugar. She walked to the orchard without waking the others. There, beneath the third tree, she began to dig with her hands, not in haste, not in madness, but in clarity. Her fingers struck something. Hard wood again, but broader. A lid. By the time Etienne and the boy found her, the sun had just begun to paint the chapel in pale gold. The box she uncovered was deeper than the last, bound in iron. It bore no seal. They opened it together. Inside were pages hundreds, if not thousands, each pressed, flat and blank. But when the boy touched one, words formed in reverse as if inked by memory itself. "Mathilde," he read aloud. "She sang to the wells." Elise trembled. Etienne knelt. "The names are finding us." Francois arrived soon after, carrying a basket of tools and a small lantern. He said nothing, only began constructing a shelf against the eastern wall of the chapel. They placed the box upon it. By evening, 2 more villagers came, an elderly man named Jules and a weaver called Adele. Neither had spoken of bells, but both carried names they had not uttered in years. Jules brought a tooth. Adele brought a necklace once worn by a daughter lost in infancy. They did not ask for answers, only to leave the relics near the scrolls. And so the silent archive was born, not catalogued, not guarded, but offered. Each item a story unfinished, each story a bell unstruck. As winter approached, the chapel grew warmer not in temperature, but in presence. The stones no longer ached underfoot. The beams no longer groaned in solitude. Even the crow ceased its cawing and simply watched. One evening, Etienne found the boy sitting near the bell, sketching in the dirt with a stick. "What are you?" "Drawing?" he asked softly. "A memory," the boy said. "One that hasn't happened yet." Etienne nodded, as if that answer made perfect sense. Later that night, Elise stood before the altar. She lit no candle. She made no sound. But the bell hummed gently, a vibration felt in the marrow. It was not summoning. It was responding. Outside, snow began to fall, not harsh, not hurried, just enough to soften the world's edges. They did not lock the chapel that night. They left the door ajar, because some echoes are meant to enter freely, and some stories are still arriving. In the days that followed, the archive grew stone by stone, strand by strand. Items came not only from villagers, but from travelers, wanderers, those who spoke little and listened long. The boy greeted each with quiet reverence. No names were asked, no origins demanded. Each offering found its place. And as the archive deepened, so too did the silence. But not empty, alive, because silence, they had learned, was not absence. It was a presence too sacred for speech, a memory too vast for a single voice. And in that silence, every bell they had ever feared now held peace. Not because it would never ring again, but because they had learned how to hear it before the sound. So the archive stood, not beneath the chapel, but within it, woven into breath, into dust, into the slow and sacred work of remembering without needing to be reminded. And when the wind passed through its walls again, it did not howl. It listened. Each night, Elise would whisper to the scrolls, not confessions, but memories, moments too small for journals, laughter shared over burnt bread, the warmth of Marguerite's hand before the fever took her, the look Etienne gave her that first night, filled with loss and defiance. And the scrolls never aged. The bell never rusted. Time passed differently now, because they were no longer just remembering the dead. They were teaching the living how to remember. And in that, nothing was truly lost. They were at last the keepers of silence. And in silence, everything endured. So they waited, not for answers, but for echoes. And each echo carried a name. And each name became a story. And every story found its place. So silence at last had a home. In stillness they finally became whole. By the final snow, the chapel no longer stood alone. What had begun as ruin and echo had become a place of returning. Not for pilgrims, not for those seeking miracles, but for those who wished simply to be remembered. Elise stood beneath the bell tower as the wind moved gently through the beams. Her hair was streaked with gray now. She wore no shawl. Cold no longer visited her like it used to. It simply passed through, acknowledged, like an old companion, no longer feared. The boy no longer quite. A boy tended to the archive each morning. He had grown taller, quieter. The crow no longer sat upon his shoulder, but in the rafters, watching, always present. Etienne carved rarely now, though his hands never stopped moving. He built small things, boxes with hidden compartments, tiny statues without faces, bells too small to ring. But every piece found its place along the wall, and each carried the memory of his sister. The bell itself had not rung since that final winter, and yet it was. Never still. Francois had grown frail, but not broken. His mind, once plagued by visions and sketches of death, had found peace in the repetition of simple acts, stirring tea, folding parchment, listening to stories from those who came bearing quiet burdens. He no longer feared the mistakes he might make. He had made peace with the ones he had. One morning, as the frost melted into spring, a woman arrived with a bag of bones. She said nothing. She only placed them gently upon the archives floor, wrapped in linen, and whispered a name none of them recognized. The boy wrote it down. Elise offered her tea. They sat in silence together. No one asked for the story. The name was enough. The chapel was never restored to glory. The walls remained bare. The windows never regained their glass. But moss now grew in patterns that resembled constellations. And where once there were cracks, vines wound gently, binding stone to stone. Children came to play beside the orchard. Their laughter never echoed, but was absorbed gently into the quiet. They learned not to shout. They learned to leave trinkets, notes, tokens beneath the trees. And sometimes when they listened closely, they said they could hear the bell, not loudly, but like a voice thinking. Marguerite's name was no longer spoken often, but it was never lost. She had become the rhythm behind every silence. One evening, years after the first scream, Elise stood at the altar alone. The candles had long since been replaced by lanterns with soft wicks, and the scrolls had filled the eastern wall. Each was carefully rolled, tied, and labeled not with titles, but with single words: forgiveness, return, witness, her. She did not pray. She simply spoke, "I remember." And though no one stood beside her, she felt the presence of all who had passed through, the weight of their footsteps, the warmth of their offerings. She imagined Marguerite there, smiling, not as a ghost, but as a memory made whole. The boy watched from the doorway. When she turned, she smiled. "Will you ring it?" she asked. He hesitated, then nodded. The bell gave no sound, but the wind shifted, and across the orchard, through the trees, through the pages, through the walls of stone and earth, a quiet ripple passed. A listening, a response, a name, etched in silence, kept in memory, heard forever. And so it was that the fear of being buried alive had given way to something gentler, not denial, not forgetting, but a reverence for the unfinished, for stories still unfolding, for names whispered long after breath had ceased. The chapel never became legend. It was not written of in books. It appeared on no maps. Travelers forgot the road that led there, or remembered only in dreams. But those who needed it found their way, and those who listened, truly listened, were never turned away. In time, Francois passed in his sleep, a parchment in hand, bearing only one line. I did not hear the last bell, but I knew it had rung. Etienne left one spring and did not return. The boy, now a man, never searched. Some stories were meant to close without an ending. Elise remained until her hair turned silver, her hands lined with stories. When she finally slept her final sleep, the bell did not ring. It glowed, and the crow, ancient and silent, perched at the peak of the chapel and closed its eyes. Beneath it all, the scrolls breathed quietly. They were no longer warnings. They were songs, not to ward off death, but to welcome memory. And in that there was no fear, only rest, only silence, only home. No bells were forged again. No graves were sealed with fear. The archive remained, and new names arrived, not carved, but remembered. Some brought trinkets. Some brought stories. Most brought only silence. That was enough. The boy now, man, no longer wrote. He listened. He walked through the orchard barefoot, even in snow, leaving no trace. Some say he vanished. Others say he waits still under the old tree where the well once was. But all agree on this. If you find the chapel and sit in stillness long enough, you will feel it. A vibration beneath your bones. A whisper behind your breath. A name that does not belong to you, but somehow is yours. And in that moment you will understand. You were never forgotten. And you were never alone. Because to be remembered is to live. And to live, even in silence, is a kind of resurrection. So let the bells sleep. Let the names echo. And let every breath carry the weight of what came before. That is all memory asks. And all that matters in the end. And in remembering, we return. Return not as we were, but as echoes who finally found peace. And peace at last became the story, and silence at last held everything. Memory endures.